OMG.
A Christian brother who works for the DuPonts in Tennessee has been secretly undermining the efforts of the DuPont company leaders to turn the workers into new Agers. With the help of Christians in the plant, With the help of Christians in the plant, this Christian brother finds out what is planned, and then does his homework, so that he can prove to the workers how New Age ideas are being brought in to subvert their thinking. The company changed from calling all its people employees to calling them initiates. The people at the plant were to all be sent to the Pecos River training by DuPont, but due to the exposure of their New Age subversion, people are not allowing themselves to be led by the nose. This brother sent me a video of the Pecos River.
against us. I would be happy to.
This brother sent me a video of the Pecos River training. And there are scenes in it where strangers are kissing each other well. Not exactly strangers, because the training is designed to break down individuality and to create a groupthink with intimacy. Initiates are taught, don't slay the ego, ego is your servant. Another magazine article in June 1992, P15-16, tells about the 5 types of thinking that the DuPont company is trying to instill in their people. They are 1. Lateral thinking, 2. Metaphoric thinking, 3. Positive thinking, this is also called visualization or in the occult witchcraft, or dot association trigger, 5. Rapturing and interpreting dreams. An employee environmental awards program was installed where employees can win money by submitting their environmental suggestions. Personal Journal, August 92, pp 60-71. Many of the readers of this newsletter are already aware of how the environmental issue is contrived and controlled by the elite. One of the items our New Agey Department of Education Secretary Alexander tried to get going was for education to shift from the schools to the factories. This is a process that the Illuminati want to implement to further take us
Still waiting.
This is a process that the Illuminati want to implement to further take us into a total slave state. Interestingly, DuPont has been getting into the act by spearheading Delaware's BRT task force, in which students will attend seminars at DuPont facilities. The DuPont company is employing AA, that is artificial intelligence.
I've got the goods.
The neural networks are to the point they can learn from their mistakes. DuPont is taking us into brave new world. They were the first They were the first ones to initiate, with fax, now a rapid customer service called Fax on Demand. DuPont is now in the process of becoming totally global. They already have plants in a number of South American countries, Mexico, Canada, US, Korea, Japan, and several European nations. They have been trying to figure out how to enter the Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, what used to be USSR. Apparently, they lost some money already in that regards. The ICI
I expected an actual challenge. Healing. Just what I required. That was but a taste. A pitiful display.
The ICI, Imperial Chemical Industries, which is allied with the Warburg family, in England and DuPont swapped plants. Imperial Chemical Industries has had their headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware for some time before this swap. DuPont got ICI nylon plant, and ICI get DuPont acrylic plant in the States. Why? So both companies could become more international. Or in the words of someone else, to focus resources on businesses where each can develop stronger global positions. See Economist, 10/3/92, page 76. The swap will give DuPont 43% of the European market for nylon fibers used to manufacture carpets. DuPont has built a $20 million research center in Bad Homburg, GER. DuPont has been spending, according to a recent article, $1.27 billion on research. Some of DuPont's research lie in risky areas. That means that it is difficult to see how the research can financially benefit the company. This has been admitted by the company. The Aviation Week and Space Technology, the 26th.
Masterfully executed.
The Aviation Week and Space Technology, the 26th of October 92 issue, p. 64, 66 talks about the sophisticated composite materials that DuPont is producing for state-of-the-art space and aviation vehicles. I imagine some of these composite materials are finding their way to the secret UFO bases, and DuPont may well be producing some of the parts for these secret anti-gravity machines.
Welcome, most esteemed patron. New goods arrive all the time.
What do you need, friend? I hope that can help.
Hello. Nothing else I can help you with? Oh, hello. Oh, I see. Well, please come again.
I only will. Feel free to peruse the lesser merchandise as well.
What do you need, friend? Goodbye.
The article states that Boeing Defense and Space Group, Lockheed Aeronautical Systems Company, General Dynamics and DuPont and Hercules Incorporated are working together on aeronautics projects. Boeing and Lockheed are definitely involved with the production of flying saucers, so this may be a good due that DuPont is due. The article states that DuPont has been a leading supplier for advanced U.S. military programs. An example of the sophisticated materials that the DuPonts are producing is XTC, the first recyclable, Class A finished thermoplastic sheet molding compound for horizontal exterior body panels. It is a flexible, porous, interwoven sheet of polyethylene berephthalate impregnated long glass fiber. General Motors, DuPont's, selected the material for use on their air intake manifold on certain 1993 V6 engines for modern plastics. Automotive show features lots of toughened materials by Stuart A. Wood, April 1992 issue, pp 66 to 69. The CEO of E.L. DuPont de Nemours and Company is Edgar Woolard, who took over in 1989. Edgar is innovative, which will be beneficial in the 90s with all the upheavals coming. One item that the Illuminati have planned is to put things into our One item that the Illuminati have planned is to put things into our major city water supplies. Interestingly, DuPont has research facilities and a chambers work facility in Deepwater, New Jersey, which both deal with water treatment. The DuPont family today are represented at the 6th Illuminati level, the Pilgrim Society. I am convinced their power also run higher, but want more information, a research to bring it out of the open. One book said that Th. DuPonts were one of the top 3 influential families in the United States today. Whether one is aware of the secret satanic power of the DuPonts or not, it is inescapable to conclude that thy family is exceedingly powerful in the United States, beyond comprehension. Every facet of our lives is influenced by products whose production is still ultimately under the control of the DuPont family of control. For those people who subscribe to the theory that the world is divided between only the Rothschilds and Rockefellers, look at the DuPonts, who are truly independent of the other top families, dispels that theory. To quote Carl Schriftgieser in his book Families, the DuPonts of Delaware constitute a definite dynasty, perhaps the most complete dynasty ever established in this Republican one, which seems destined to continue its kingship for generations. Today there are 700 members of thy family every time a package of cigarettes is opened. The simple tearing of the tab is a gesture of tribute to the DuPonts. And every time a great gun booms, with whatever cost to life or property, it echoes merrily in the feudal stronghold of this mighty clan. We must end with the direct statement that the DuPonts today rule Delaware with an iron hand, that their interests affect the daily lives of each one of us in some way, and that the family moves on. It is, today, the great American dynasty. Close, unassailed, it keeps to itself, hides its scandals, boasts not of its good works, but continues, within American democracy, to exert its own indomitable way. Review OFSOURCES. Many key books used in preparing this article can be identified by the references in the text. About 120 magazine articles were reviewed, and many key articles used are identified in the text. Several confidential interviews were also involved in developing the article, as well as the manuscript by an ex-Mason, an insider, who the elite murdered. Check this out. Several years ago, I developed a friendship with a man from Silverton. From that friendship I got the vibes that something was strange about Silverton, Oregon. Later, through my contacts, I found out that Anton LaVey's church had set up their Oregon headquarters in Silverton. I suspect this was because Silverton had some occult activity already there. About 25 to 30 miles southeast of Silverton, or Ismail City and Gates. The area between this is wooded and has beautiful falls and a large park. Now the threads of this story return to Portland. A man who saw my book The Watchtower and the Masons told me 2 years ago that he knew John Lawrence. He said I and John would like to meet, and that he would arrange it. One of the weekly papers here is the Williamette Weekly, and they seem tope-free of some of the stifling control of the New World Order, in contrast to our daily paper The Oregonian. A research writer for the Williamette Weekly, using John Lawrence's research on the Skull and Bones Order, wrote a long article in the Williamette Weekly about the Skull and Bones Order. John Lawrence and I would be a natural shoe-in as men, since we both investigate secret satanic groups. But the man who knew John Lawrence always told me, after promising to get us together, that John had disappeared. Not only that, but this man's original openness turned to not wanting to have much to do with me, touching some type of very sensitive secret. Here is what I have been able to find out. Several satanic groups are in the Gates, Oregon area. John Lawrence was extremely interested in what the 322 of the Skull and Bones Society meant. He was convinced that number linked the Skull and Bone Society with other groups. John Lawrence and 2 other researchers, like himself, moved to Mill City to investigate the secret satanic groups in the area. From someone from the inside, it turns out that the CIA shot 2 of the From someone from the inside, it turns out that the CIA shot 2 of those researchers while they were in the Mill City area investigating. The CIA went looking for John Lawrence. And John Lawrence is now in hiding. People in the Mill City area were afraid to answer my questions. However, I was able to glean a little information with a great deal of effort. Some occult group bought a ranch near Gates, Oregon. The head of the group is Jim Cole. They bought a ranch, which is not in Jim Cole's name. The last police raid against any occult activity was over 5 years ago, and it appears that the Satanists are in the key positions in the Mill City and Gates. They may even have a person on the police force. The last obvious item to comment on is that for some reason, the CIA is very mixed up and sensitive about this occult activity. John Lawrence was one reaction to my DuPont article, was that someone who
I'm here, Noah. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Noah. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Noah. Don't be afraid.
John Lawrence was one reaction to my DuPont article, was that someone whose mother-in-law works for the DuPonts in Pennsylvania asked a few questions and found out that her mother-in-law is an actual witch. I don't mean as in an old hag, I mean is in witchcraft. This witch is close friends of the DuPonts and has been protected from being fired by the DuPonts. What is most significant in this whole thing to me is that my article got other people cognizant of what's happening so that they could teach themselves. Once people begin to really catch on to things, they will begin to detect things all around that are happening in regards to the NWO. Most Americans don't have any frame of reference to hang any facts about the conspiracy. They bemoan the idea of a satanic conspiracy. They claim there is no proof, all the while it is all around them. For instance, did anyone catch what Bill Clinton did when he faced the people and waved at the inauguration? See the last article in this newsletter for an answer. A friend called my attention to Inside Edition's television story on Louis DuPont Smith, the heir to the $10 million fortune of the DuPont Chemical Company. Louis DuPont Smith is exposing his family. Of course, on national television, which is controlled by the Illuminati, they are not going to Dominic exposing, but they did let a few hints get through. Louis DuPont Smith did get a sentence left in what was shown on TV, where he points the finger at powerful families as the culprits behind the drug trade. The reason B was allowed to voice this was that Louis was the person behind the book Dope Incorporated. And it was this involvement that got him in hot trouble with his family. Lyndon LaRouche, who was truly exposing the satanic conspiracy, wrote a good book, Dope Incorporated. The book exposes the Queen of England is a participant in the drug trade. Yes, the British royal family does tie in the elite, the occult, and the drug trade. They are not as nice as their pictures suggest. Louis DuPont Smith having a good feel for what is going on, recognized that Dope Incorporated is the, as be put it, paraphrased, the only book showing the involvement of powerful families. Lewis provided the $212,000 for the book to be printed. Good for him. Let's just make it plain, the satanic hierarchy is behind the drug problem. Lewis's family was very upset that he was helping the enemy, and they got a judge to rule that Lewis was incompetent to handle his financial affairs, and the court declared that Lewis can have in $15,000 per of his fortune. The DuPonts also tried to stop his wedding. A federal informant saved Lewis from getting captured and taken 60 miles into the Atlantic on his father's yacht to be tortured and programmed. His family had hired a motorcycle gang with black hoods and some CIA Green Beret types to kidnap Lewis. Lewis managed to get wind of the scheme and save himself. He tried to get his family on conspiracy to kidnap, but the DuPont family, bear in mind as one of the top 13 Illuminati families, owns justice in this country. He failed to get his family on the conspiracy charge. Point one detail that I didn't mention in the original story on the DuPonts was the one of the more recent governors of Delaware, C. Douglas Buck was married to Alice H. DuPont. I also left out a great deal of the inside story on the politicking that has gone on in Delaware this century. It is so detailed with so many names that I didn't want to confuse people with it. Anyway, the bottom line is that behind the scenes, all of the governors since the 1920s have been approved by the DuPonts. I debated whether to include the DuPont.
Earned some hills, have you? Well, you're in the right place. Nothing of interest. I find that hard to believe.
I debated whether to include the DuPont's genealogy. I had it, so I decided to give it, on the chance someone might use it. The genealogy shows several things. A. That the DuPonts, like the Astor's, repeatedly used the same names over and over. B. That the DuPonts, like the Rothschilds, had a lot of first cousin marriages. Marriages between a DuPont and a DuPont are given asterisks. However, some of the marriages between people with different last names are also between FLIST cousins and other relation. If it looks like I've gone to a great deal of trouble for nothing, I can understand what you're saying. We certainly don't need to know every DuPont. But just like in a laboratory, one deals with many exact small details in numerous experiments to discover a principle. That is what I am doing here. I am trying to break ground so that people will understand more about how the elite think, etc. I had hoped that I might also be able to track which branches are with the Illuminati and which may have ballad out. Bloodlines of Illuminati.
Don't be afraid.
By Fritz Springmeier, 1995. The Freeman bloodline. The amazing thing about this family is that it is not a family that people would have thought of as being one of the top 13. However, for me as a researcher of the elite and the satanic hierarchy, the name pops up with surprising frequency. For instance, Stephen M. Freeman runs the Legal Affairs Dept. of the Civil Rights Division of the Anti-Defamation League, which is a daughter of the BNI-BRIF. The ADL is a dangerous organization controlled by the hierarchy. The Illuminati Drug Monito fund this organization. Another Freeman is Walter Freeman, who introduced the lobotomy into the U.S. with James W. Watts in 1936. The frontal lobotomy was a brutal method of mind control that has been permitted to be done to us, under the disguise that it is of benefit to humanity. Then there was Simon Freeman, an important intelligence officer. And the list goes on of people that are in key places with the Freeman name. But the most important position of all, which removes all doubt that the family is at the top, is that the late Grand Master of the Prière de Sion was Gaylord Freeman. Independent discoverers of the Prière de Sion. What is the Prière de Sion? Are we sure it exists? How does this relate to the hierarchy? The Prière de Sion, Priory of Zion, was unknown to the general public until 1982, when a book co-authored by Michael Bygent, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln came out. The book was entitled Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and it offered historical proof that an organization called the Prière de Sion was powerful and had existed since the time of the early Crusades, 1099 AD. In 1991, I came out a little more information on the Prière de Sion. The organization
Soon all will burn, and I will revel in the smoke.
I expected an actual challenge.
The organization is so little known to even my readership that we need to stop and really examine the Prière de Sion. In trying to figure out the mysteries surrounding this organization, Lincoln, Lee and Bajent's research led them to conclude that the holy bloodline that the Prière de Sion guarded was the bloodline of Jesus. This immediately made all their research anathema, condemned and disliked by most of Christendom. I watched to see if Christians would refute the unbiblical parts of their research. But besides a couple of short articles, Christian Century 9-1-8-82, Raiders of the Lost Grail and Christianity Today, the 9th of March 82, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, Holy Mackerel, in Christian periodicals. In addition to this was a small book in England, The Holy Grail Revealed. Wick simplistically claimed that the book was of no value because obviously it was erroneous. No one even pretended to try to refute the book, as far as I know, except for that English book, which did pretend but didn't refute anything. The authors went on to write two more popular historical exposes concerning the Prière de Sion and Freemasonry, the Messianic Legacy, and the Temple and the Lodge. Actually, to be fair to the Christians, actually, to be fair to the Christians, if I hadn't already known from my research that much of European information in Holy Blood, Holy Grail was correct, the wild religious speculation about Jesus in Part 3 may have caused me to doubt the book too. The first Christian author to pick up on the Prière de Sion was J.R. Church, who wrote Guardians of the Grail, which built on Holy Blood. Holy Grail's research in a constructive way and put more pieces of the puzzle together. At last a book was out that challenged some of the false ideas of Holy Blood, Holy Grail, without blindly throwing their excellent research. While the public at large had never heard of the Prière de Sion until Holy Blood, Holy Grail came out, the organization was written about in high-level military intelligence briefings years before the book. Some of the men in high-level intelligence have become concerned with the direction this nation is going. It is through such men that independent confirmation had leaked out, even before the book. The information did get to some researchers. I came out with my Be Wise as Serpents book in 1991, which among other things covered the Prière de Sion. After I had concluded that the evidence verified its existence, I approached the issue from my own angle of research. In researching the Illuminati, it became clear that bloodlines were very important, too. That the people in high-level Satanism believe they are descendants of the House of David. 3. The Illuminati's activities tied in many ways to the Prière de Sion. One startling tie-in was that the Freeman family was, according to an informant, one of the top 13 Illuminati families. The ex-Illuminati people I received information from were not familiar with Holy Blood, Holy Grail nor Guardians of the Grail. Even if they had, which they definitely hadn't, neither book mentions the Freeman family. It wasn't until the researchers of Holy Blood, Holy Grail wrote their sequel The Messianic Legacy, that was published in 1987, that the name Freeman came out as the leader of the Prière de Sion. In short, the way the research of mine and others simultaneously from different angles came up independently with similar conclusions using totally different sources confirms, beyond a doubt, that the Prière de Sion exists, and that the Freeman family is indeed a very powerful family. I have never spelled out in detail the proofs about the Prière de Sion and the Freeman family, and even now I am not going to.
I'll do the forging.
To me the basics are facts, and I don't want to get bogged down trying to prove the obvious when there is so much more to learn. There are stubborn people whose minds will not come along no matter how much proof and encouragement. They will just have to stay where they are. Describing the Prière de Sion, the original start of the Prière de Sion appears to have been the idea of a number of powerful bloodlines, and included various descendants of the Merovingians, including the House of Lorraine, the House of Guise, the Medicis, Sforzas, the Estes, the Gonzagas, and the St. Clairs, Sinclairs. The Medicis are tied to the black nobility also. From the beginning, the Prière de Sion has been committed to Hermetic magic, a type of black magic that originated with the ancient Egyptians and portrayed in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. René d'Anjou, a descendant of the Merovingians, persuaded Cosimo de' Medici to establish in c. 1444 a non-church library at San Marco where Plato, Pythagorean works, and books on Hermetic magic were translated. Up until this time, the Catholic Church had control of all the libraries. It was from Cosimo de' Medici's library that the spark of Greek and Egyptian teachings set off what developed into the Renaissance, which was revival of humanism and the occult. It appears that during the Middle Ages, witchcraft and the mystery religions had seriously dissolved to the point that these modes of thought had to be relearned from the ancient writings. Interestingly, the Middle Ages, when witchcraft and paganism were dissolving, have been branded the Dark Ages by the establishment, and inaccurately painted as a time when learning went out. A magazine put out during WW II by Priya de Sion members was Venka. The organization that took credit for the magazine was Alpha Galates. It carried articles on Atlantis, Theosophy, Celtic wisdom, and other esoteric things. The magazine also declared itself in favor of a united Europe. Robert Schumann, who was associated with the magazine Venka, later became a leading architect of the EEC. An internal magazine for Priya de Sion members is Circuit, the acronym for Chivalry of Catholic Rules and Institutions of the Independent and Traditionalist Union. A 1956 issue of Circuit promotes the use of a 13-sign zodiac rather than the traditional 12. The 1959 series of Circuit refer the reader to Venka. The Circuit magazine, which claims to write its articles with hidden meaning, says this cryptically about the Priya de Sion: "We are not strategists and we stand above all religious denominations, political perspectives, and financial matters. We give to those who come to us moral aid and the indispensable manna of the Spirit." Another article says, "Except through new methods and new men, for politics are dead." The curious fact remains that men do not wish to recognize this. There exists only one question: economic organization. Dr. Otto von Habsburg, a descendant of the Merovingians and a Knights of Malta, headed Pan-Europa, an organization that has been working toward a U.S. of Europe. Their logo was a Celtic cross in a circle. The first point in time that the Priya de Sion can be pinpointed is when Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders, and an abbey of monks that Peter the Hermit had belonged to was established in a building called the Abbey of Notre Dame de Mont de Sion just outside of Jerusalem. This abbey had an order that was called the Ordre de Sion. Over the centuries, the Ordre de Sion has developed into what we have today as the Priya de Sion, Priory of Zion in English. Bear in mind that the Order of Sion was visible for several centuries, but has been totally secret after the 13th century. It became visible during the 1960s and 70s and became secret again in 1984. The group of monks that made up the original order were led by Ursus of the Merovingians. They were given a place at Orval in France until they apparently decided to move to the Holy Land. This order appears to have had the power behind the scenes to have been in the position to select who would sit on the throne at Jerusalem, and they initially selected their man Godefroy de Bouillon. The Ordre de Sion, Priya de Sion, set up a military order called the Knights Templar. Louis VII of France became indebted to the Knights Templar, and in repayment of the help he had received he established some of the Ordre de Sion at the Priory of St. Samson, along with establishing 26 men, 2 groups of 13, at a small priory at Mount of Sion, Orleans, France. In 1188, the Ordre de Sion let the Knights Templars apparently go their own way, which eventually was to trouble. The story of the Knights Templars is exceedingly interesting because it relates to the satanic international bankers of today. The Knights Templars became the first European-wide international bankers. How their story fits into everything would take too long to tell at this point. At that time period when the Knights Templars took off on their own, the Ordre de Sion became the Priya de Sion, and also used the names Ormus and Rose Croix. The Priya de Sion is intimately connected to the creation and guidance of the Rosicrucians and Freemasons. In the Be Wise, a Serpent's Book, Chapter 12, it talks about how the Priya de Sion set up the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. In 1613, the House of Lorraine, part of the Priya de Sion, joined with the House of Stuart. After that, the Priya de Sion began to display more interest in Scotland. Scotland was one of the few countries dubbed the Knights Templars had thrived when the order was suppressed by the order of the Pope. Scotland also had several occult traditions operating. It was a hotbed of occult activity. Scotland and the Scottish people have played a very big role in the New World Order conspiracy for centuries. Meanwhile, when the Prière de Sion went underground, they established their archives in some secret rooms beneath the chapel of St. Catherine, at the castle at Gizes, northern France in the Rue de Vienne. The archives were, according to reports, contained in 30 coffers. Secret tunnels connect the chapel with the local cemetery. The Merovingian descendants and the Prière de Sion have guarded the sacred bloodline that Satan has built up. Their members are secretly scattered in key positions throughout society. Many of the descendants are unaware of their heritage. For instance, within the Sinclair family, only certain branches have kept up their generational occult heritage and are aware of what is going on. Family trees subdivide over the centuries until the Merovingian family tree has become a forest. The houses of Habsburg-Lorraine, whose titles are Dukes of Lorraine and Kings of Jerusalem, planted, Luxembourg, Montpezat, Montesquieu, among many others including the Freeman family, and hundreds of others. Be wise as serpents revealed for the first time, as far as I know, how all the heads, presidents, of the LDS and RLDS have been descendants of the Merovingian dynasty, and they and the Masons have both used the Merovingian symbol, the B. The House OFDAVID. In my research of high-level Satanists, it became clear that the bloodline that was key in their minds was the House of David, not Jesus Christ's lineage. I discovered that the House of David had set up a kingdom in southern France. I discovered this while rummaging through history books on the Middle Ages. I came upon a book, A Jewish Princedom in Feudal France, 768 to 900. This book was the key for me to realize that the Merovingian dynasty, which wove its bloodline into the royal bloods of Europe, was Jewish in origin. When I read Holy Blood, Holy Grail, it became apparent that the author's theory of Jesus' bloodline had clouded their realization that the key was that the Prière de Sion was of the House of David and was in this sense Jewish, although most of the Prière de Sion are most likely not attending synagogues. Indeed, the Grand Master of the Prière de Sion, Pierre Planted de Saint Clair, told them so much. To quote the pertinent paragraph from the Messianic Legacy, p. 296, at a meeting in April 1982, M. Planted adopted an ambivalent attitude towards our book, Holy Blood, Holy Grail. On the whole, B endorsed it and offered to correct, for the French edition, certain vague or unclear references. At the same time, he would neither confirm nor deny our thesis that the Merovingian bloodline was descended from Jesus. There was no evidence either way, he said non-committally. It was all too far in the past, all too long ago. There were no reliable genealogies. Besides, Jesus had brothers. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the Merovingians to have been of Judaic descent, deriving from the royal line of David. The significance of this tremendous. It means that those people who have been saying that it is a Jewish conspiracy have been correct, even if some of these people saying these things may not be greatest characters. This also opens the door as to why the top leaders of the Illuminati have been willing to work with the Ashkenazi Jews. In Be Wise as Serpents, I show from Masonic sources that there is indeed a big connection at the top with the Jewish leadership and the House of David and Freemasonry. The goals of Freemasonry are intertwined with the goals of the Prière de Sion. There is a big danger in labeling the conspiracy Jewish. When people label Jewish as bad, it confuses more than clarifies. The Jewish people are not the enemy. Next, although many of the satanic hierarchy claim to be from the house of David, they
Thank you for your visit.
The Jewish people are not the enemy. Next, although many of the satanic hierarchy claim to be from the house of David, they do not publicly proclaim themselves as Jews. In fact, they may publicly take a negative posture toward the Jews, such as Lady Aestia and some of the Duponts have been. It is perhaps fine that Zionism be labeled evil. Zionism includes both Christians and Jews. To be Asianist is to identify oneself with a movement that the elite has set up and controlled for their purposes. Many in the Zionist movement are like common people everywhere. They want to do what is right. They have simply not gotten the bigger picture and are being used. When two groups have some similarities, but each want to keep their own identity, they can be mortal rivals. One group that has been very easy for Satan to provoke against Christians is the Jews. Perhaps no group of people has hated Christians with more intensity. One of the first groups that Satan worked at controlling were the Jews. But to call the conspiracy Jewish is misleading. The father of it all is Satan.
I hope that can help.
It is satanic, and it will use anyone it can. And God will use anyone too. How many of us have escaped helping one cause or another of the establishment, or in being in some organization that the establishment was using? Let each of us examine ourselves and get our own lives in order. There is a song about violin that was going to auctioned off cheap, until a master violinist picked it up and played a good tune on it. Don't auction people off cheaply. The touch of the master's hand can turn anyone into a beautiful thing. Don't reject anyone who will let the master's hand tune his life. This is a war against evil, not race. Not every one of the most evil bloodlines is on the enemy's side. Many are trying to serve the Lord. Likewise, just because the Freeman family is one of the top 13 satanic families doesn't mean that all, or even most Freemans are part of the hierarchy. Gaylord Freeman as Grand Master from 1918 to 1963, Jean Cocteau was Grand Master of the Prieur de Sion. Following the unification of the various powers into a secret NWO government in 1954, the Prieur de Sion had a major policy dispute. In 1963, with Cocteau's death, Gaylord Freeman, helped by Antonio Merzagora and Pierre Planted de Saint Clair, governed the Prieur de Sion. In 1981, Pierre Planted took over as Grandmaster. In 1952, long before becoming Grand Master, Planted de Saint Clair transferred 100 million francs worth of gold agates to Switzerland to the Union des Banques Suisses. When this was publicly revealed, he said that it was a legitimate move made for the French government. In 1955, several men associated with the Prieur de Sion obtained some old parchments, two of which gave the Merovingian genealogies. And they used the British notary of royal appointment Patrick Francis Jordan Freeman that's one name, in relation to a request to the French government to take the old documents to London, England, where they were kept at 39 Great Russell Street. Later PFJ. Freeman was used again the next year to request that the documents be allowed to stay in engine to be held in a safe deposit box at Lloyd's Bank of Europe in London. One of the men involved went by the name Captain Ronald Stansmore Nutting of London, born in Dublin, IR, who is reported by reliable sources to have been in British intelligence MI5, and had sat on the board of directors of at least 14 companies, including Arthur Guinness and Guardian Assurance. He was chairman of the board of the British and Irish Steam Packet Company. He was also governor of the Bank of Ireland. One of Guardian Assurance's departmental chairman was also an MI6 operative besides Captain Nutting, another PDS member who was with Nutting was Viscount Frederick Leathers, who was British Minister of War Transport during WW II. Viscount Leathers had a business associate and longtime friend Sir William Stevenson, who was the wartime chief for MI6 American branch office called BSC, British Security Coordination, in New York. Another friend of Leathers was Conop Guthrie, also headed BSC for MI6 in New York. Guthrie was a shipping executive. Due to internal trouble in the Prieur Scion that resulted from a rule that members had to place a birth certificate and signature with the Priory, an English faction created forgeries of birth certificates and signatures, and in secret protest sent these as originals to France. P.J. Freeman then got involved in this act of defiance. Another division occurred between the French members and the American members. The French wanted more of a role and some type of restoration of the monarchy in a united Europe. The British members, who far outnumbered the few French, wanted to skip the monarchy idea. The Vatican and the Prieur de Sion, PDS. My personal abbreviation, work together. Apparently, the Vatican is given some type of minor kickback for their cooperation. John Drick, A. Robert Aboud, and Gaylord Freeman were three members of the Prieur de Sion that were associated with the First National Bank of Chicago. John Drick had started as an assistant cashier in 1944 and became a vice president 3 years later. In 1969, Drick became both the president and one of the directors of the bank. He also was on the board of a number of other companies including Stephan Chemical, MCA Incorporated, Oak Industries, and Central Illinois Public Service. The Guardian Royal Exchange Assurance, the Guardian Assurance, in London where P.J. Freeman worked had shared a building with the First National Bank of Chicago, which had Gaylord Freeman as chairman of the board of directors. In other words, the two businesses and the two Freemans all connected, it seems, to the Prieur de Sion, and then by other inferences, all connected back to the hierarchy. Gaylord Freeman's signature appeared in a Prieur de Sion document of December 16, 1983. Gaylord Freeman never publicly admitted that he even knew anything about the PDS. Grandmaster Gaylord Freeman and ROGER Freeman instructed the U.S. government. On the next page is a photocopy of the article that the New York Times ran when Gaylord Freeman died. It has often been said, if you want to know who really runs things, look at a man's advisors. Now check this out. Gaylord Freeman never ran for any major political office, and the voting process is supposedly to get men who know what they are doing into OMC, and yet if you read the NY Times biography, you will read Mr. Freeman was frequently called on by Washington for advice and assistance. Yes, presidents and congressmen called Gaylord Freeman for advice, instructions might be a better term, and yet most of us haven't even heard of the man. Again, for those who think that only the Rockefellers and Rothschilds are powerful families, let me ask, why weren't they calling Rockefeller? Not only did the presidents turn to Gaylord Freeman for advice, orders, they also turned to a not a member of the family, Roger A. Freeman. Roger A. Freeman was a senior fellow at the Hoover Institute. I suspect Roger was Jewish, but the newspaper doesn't say any religion. The New York Times biographical news article that came out when Roger died is also put on the next page. Note that in the headline, they emphasize that Roger Freeman played the role as advisor to two presidents. And yet I doubt that hardly any American has heard of him. One prominent Freeman, James D. Freeman, has played a leadership role in Unity School. James Freeman has written at least 6 important books for Unity, which they have published. 2 of his works are Unity School and The Story of Unity. Had the article on spiritual warfare covered ritual sites in Kansas, Missouri, I would have mentioned about the Unity School. Near, adjoining, the Unity School, in between Kansas City, KS, and Kansas City, Missouri, is a strip of wooded land. Little Ricky Road goes through this area, and the forest along Little Ricky Road has been used for satanic rituals by a coven that was made up of adults, not teenagers, interestingly. A man who was part of the Unity School hierarchy and came to Christ told me that the school secretly conducted Luciferian initiations, and that Robert Stuhler, 33-degree Mason, and leading Protestant clergyman knew all about Luciferian initiations being conducted there. Yet Stuhler went ahead and taught his principles of church growth to Unity School. They call the school Unity School of Christianity, but a more accurate name would be Unity School of Witchcraft. Many witches have in fact been associated with the Unity Church and are closely working with it to secretly destroy Christianity. I know from inside if you want to know who really runs things, look at a man's advisors. Now check this out. Gaylord Freeman never ran for any major political office, and the voting process is supposedly to get men who know what they are doing into OMC, and yet if you read the NY origins of the FAMILY, there are obviously different unrelated family lines that have the last name Freeman.
interested in you. Grab a rat.
Origins of the family. There are obviously different unrelated family lines that have the last name Freeman. In the preliminary genealogical work that I have done, I have found Freemans coming from England, France, Germany and Austria. Howard L. Freeman is a Christian author who has written about how the economic system of our nation is ungodly. I wrote him a letter of inquiry about the Freeman family. He wrote me and told me that his family came from the English town of Barnstable, and that the Freemans in that area treated him as a royal guest when he visited the area. He was shown around England over a 50-mile radius by the Freemans in England. His opinion was that his last name did not originate in Barnstable, England. The history books record an MP, Member of Parliament, back in times when our revolution was being plotted, who was named Sambrook Freeman c. 1721 to 82. He was from Fawley Court, near Henley, in Berkshire. He went to Oxford. I do not know if the Freemans in Maria, the Illuminati, are from England originally, but from the little clues I have, that would be my first guess. If not England, then likely France. Mary Freeman of Marlborough, Wiltshire, England claimed back in 1988 that on the 13th of July 88, almost at midnight, that she, Mary Freeman, was leaving the ancient Druid stone circle at Avebury when she saw a UFO over Silbury Hill. Most people are interested in her UFO report. Curious why this Freeman lady was out late at night at some ancient Druid site. Illuminati and Satanism. Due to time restraints, I haven't progressed as far in my research as I would like. However, I have been able to identify one Freeman in the Illuminati. He was Minnesota's governor, Orville Freeman, who appointed Walter Mondale to the position of Attorney General when Walter was just 32 years old. Walter Mondale later enjoyed the status of being the only U.S. Senator on the Trilateral Commission. Walter Mondale went on to serve the Illuminati as U.S. Vice President, and Orville Freeman was appointed as a cabinet member for Kennedy's and then Johnson's administration. Another Freeman I listed on secret membership lists as joining the Order of Skull and Bones in 1869. See his picture, which is reproduced. Don Freeman wrote books on witches, including Space Witch and Tilly Witch. Another Freeman was instrumental in the OTO being set up. For those who know about the O.T.O, I've mentioned it in the past. It is Hermetic magic and Satanism. Right here in Oregon, we have been watching some Freemans, because it appears that there are some satanic coven members here in Oregon who are Freemans. Freeman family rights. It is interesting to look at some of the titles that various Freemans have authored. Here is a sampling. See if some of these don't sound like the authors could be potential candidates for being in a coven. Martin Freeman, Forecasting Astrology, plus several other astrology books. Richard B. Freeman, the Overeducated American. Michael Freeman, Cohabitation Without Marriage. Lucy Freeman, Listening to the Inner Self. Kathleen Freeman, Books on the Greeks' Philosophy. A.V. Freeman, International Responsibility of States for Denial of Justice. Harold Freeman, Towards Socialism in America. Joe Freeman, books promoting women's liberation, such as Politics of Women's Liberation and Women, a Feminist Perspective. David F. Freeman wrote a handbook on private foundations. That's interesting, because if anyone is skilled in creating foundations, especially private ones, it's the Illuminati. The Freeman family includes many lawyers, doctors, and psychiatrists. Some of the Freeman signs
appreciated.
How may my not? That was quite a find. Use it well, friend.
What could I do for you? Back to work then.
The sands do.
Orville Freeman, who appointed Walter Mondale to the position of attorney. Orville Freeman, who appointed Walter Mondale to the position of Attorney General when Walter was just 32 years old. Walter Mondale later enjoyed the status of being the only U.S. Senator on the Trilateral Commission. Walter Mondale went on to serve the Illuminati as U.S. Vice President, and Orville Freeman was appointed as a cabinet member for Kennedy's and then Johnson's administration. Another Freeman I listed on secret membership lists as joining the Order of Skull and Bones in 1869. See his picture, which is reproduced. Don Freeman wrote books on witches, including Space Witch and Tilly Witch. Another Freeman was instrumental in the OTO being set up. For those who know about the O.T.O, I've mentioned it in the past. It is Hermetic magic and Satanism. Right here in Oregon, we have been watching some Freemans, because it appears that there are some Satanic Coven members here in Oregon who are Freemans. Freeman Family Rights, BOOKS. It is interesting to look at some of the titles that various Freemans have authored. Here is a sampling. See if some of these don't sound like the authors could be potential candidates for being in a coven. Martin Freeman, Forecasting Astrology, plus several other astrology books. Richard B. Freeman, the Overeducated American. Michael Freeman, Cohabitation Without Marriage. Lucy Freeman, Listening to the Inner Self. Kathleen Freeman, Books on the Greeks' Philosophy. A.V. Freeman, International Responsibility of States for Denial of Justice. Harold Freeman, Toward Socialism in America. Joe Freeman, books promoting women's liberation, such as Politics of Women's Liberation and Women, a Feminist Perspective. David F. Freeman wrote a handbook on private foundations. That's interesting, because if anyone is skilled in creating foundations, especially private ones, it's the Illuminati. The Freeman family includes many lawyers, doctors, and psychiatrists. Some of the Freeman scientists are studying areas that are interesting. A.J. Freeman wrote on his area of expertise magnetoelectric interaction phenomena in crystals. Sounds like a subject people interacting with the UFOs might study. Ties to other important FAMILIES. Part of what I can do for the reader is to begin to give him or her a feel for how the Freeman family connects into the rest of things. This next section's information will include information that tangentially relates to the Freemans, but is important to place them in the context of what is happening backstage out of the sight of the world's eyes. The Freemans in the satanic hierarchy in the U.S. work with the Illuminati families of the Collins and Wheeler families. Readers are already familiar with the Collins family, but not the Wheelers. Now let me explain who the Wheelers are, because I'm trying to put some pieces of the puzzle in place for you. General Earl Wheeler and his brother Leo Wheeler, a Grande Master of the Illuminati. See the top diagram PG. 14 the 1st of January 93 newsletter, are secret Satanists, and also 33 degrees Freemasons. Leo Wheeler, by virtue of his Grande Master status in the satanic hierarchy, has been able to visit the Dulce, New Mexico underground facility. The route he used was to fly in, and then the last stretch is done in a black limousine. Various people in the Dulce area have occasionally spotted these VIP black limousines. The Wheeler family has a long history of involvement with Satanism, and its genealogical history goes back to the House of David. An amazing clue, or an amazing coincidence, appears when we look at the genealogy of the Mormon leaders. The Be Wise as Serpents book makes the connections of the Mormon leadership, but it doesn't appear that many have read or understood the significance. Maybe this here will help. The top Mormon leadership, LDS and RLDS, all are related and descendants of the Merovingians, but for sake of discussion, let us take Brigham Young. Brigham Young's first name was Brigham. It was given to him because of the importance of the Brigham family. His grandmother was Sybil Brigham. Sibyls were prophetesses of the ancient world, and the name is a semi-common occult name. Brigham Young and his family practiced magic. They were also intimately aware of their genealogy, which goes back to the Merovingian dynasty. One wonders if it is coincidence that the Merovingians' primary symbol, the bee, is also the symbol for the Mormon Church and Utah. Look at a Deseret Industries, Mormon thrift stores, building in your area, and you will see the bee on their side. But not only does Brigham Young have Merovingian blood from at least 2 lines of blood, and possibly as many as 6 lines of blood back, but he also is related to the Collins family of Massachusetts that we wrote about in the 2nd of January 93 newsletter. Further, Brigham Young is also a blood relative of the Wheelers. This is the clue, which is amazing. A chart of all this is given on the next page. If Young's Wheeler relatives are related to the satanic Illuminati Wheelers, then we have an example of how 3 strains of top satanic blood have interwoven and resulted in the birth of the Freemason, witch, and president of LDS Brigham Young. Perhaps the tie-in doesn't exist, but it certainly is worthy of our examination. Digressing about the Mormon connection. There may be some disinformation put out on this by the other side after this comes out, so don't be taken in by their establishment. As I have mentioned before, a descendant of Joseph Smith, Jr., who was satanic ritually abuse victim, has quietly told certain people that her family is indeed a satanic bloodline. Further, I have mentioned other confidential pieces of information about how the leaders of Salt Lake City Mormon Church, LDS, are working with the various parts of the Illuminati empire, including the Jehovah's Witnesses. Although the public split occurred between Mormonism and Masonry before the Mormons went to Utah, that was only for public consumption. The leadership have coordinated activities. The Mormon religion is really a high rite of Freemasonry, and this explains why when the Mormons went to Utah, the Mormons held Masonic schools. Hosea Stout mentions these Mormon Masonic schools in On the Mormon Frontier, The Diary of Hosea Stout, ed.by Juanita Brooks, 2 volumes, Salt Lake City, University of Utah Press, 1964, 2, 415, 423. After going to Utah, Brigham Young contacted the chiefs of Freemasonry in England and proposed that Mormonism granted a public charter to become its own Masonic rite. The hierarchy told him no. After that, Brigham Young began to publicly distance Mormonism from Masonry, and the Masons strangely broke many of their own rules to distance themselves publicly from Mormonism. LDS Apostle Reed Smoot was given permission to run for office by the LDS Church. Present. Harding appointed him to the World War Foreign Debt Commission, and he also seared the elite as the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. The War Finance Corporation just happened due to Smoot's arranging it to give the LDS Church a $10 million loan. Mariner S. Eccles, of an old elite family, and a Mormon and an Illuminatus, became secretary of the Treasury in 1934, and was chairman of the Federal Reserve Board from 34 to 51. Ezra Taft Benson, later the LDS president, was appointed secretary of Agriculture. David B. Haight, a prominent Mormon, was made the head of all the mayors in the San Francisco area. The full title is Governor of the San Francisco Bay Area Council of Mayors. Mormon Charles C. Cox was put in charge of the Securities and Exchange as commissioner. I could go on listing some other Mormons who have been placed in key establishment positions. Why are the Illuminati and their establishment not afraid of these Mormons who have leadership positions in the LDS Church? This is a whole area I would love to explain, but as this article is digressing from the Freemans, I need to return to subject being considered. The Lords of Anjou, part of the PDS, were plant agents, and so was one of Brigham Young's ancestors. If we go back through the Goddard and Gifford family ancestors, I am trying to get my readers to look behind the curtain of organizations that we publicly, and to see what is going on backstage. And then I am trying to show how the people backstage are related and know it. SUMMAR why we find the Freeman family popping up as TB Grand Master of the Priya de Sion, as a co-rounder of the OTO, as a member of the Skull and Bones, as a powerful ADL member, as members of satanic covens, and as authors of occult books, as well as other suspicious things. It also should be mentioned that 2 of the Freemans have been very important advisors to the U.S. presidents and many other high political leaders. The Freeman family has all the earmarks of being one of the top 13 Illuminati families, as my confidential sources reveal. More on the FREEMANS in 1991. Pulitzer Prize winner James B. Stewart, the front page editor of the Wall Street Journal, came out with his book Den of Thieves. The book is the detailed story of how major insiders on Wall Street were systematic crooks. The 4 biggest names of the insider trading ring were Michael Milken, Ivan Boesky, Martin Siegel, and Dennis Levine. Robert Freeman worked with the ring, and ended up pleading guilty after the evidence cornered him. I am always suspicious of exposes of the establishment done by the establishment system. Often, the big crooks get away, and the MIDI management take the blame. Take for instance, Iran-Contra. But Stewart's book Den of Thieves may be helpful in our understanding the Freeman family better. The Freeman family is one of the top 13 Illuminati families. At this time, there is nothing to tie Robert Freeman to Satanism, and that is not the purpose here. In an investigation, all the possible clues are collected. I am bringing my readership into this investigation of the top 13 families, and here is a possible suspect to make note of. Robert Freeman worked for the Jewish investment firm of Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs headquarters in on Broad St. in New York, NY. Just a short distance from Goldman Sachs trading floor in their headquarters building on the glass-enclosed 29th floor was Robert Freeman's office. Robert Freeman was a graduate of Dartmouth. He liked to vacation in Colorado skiing with his family. He worked with Ziegel and Boesky especially in his illegal insider deals. These insiders made millions off investors, and would have made billions if they hadn't been arrested. Freeman and Ziegel made some complicated deals such as the Unarkle and the Store affairs. Boesky went to Russia after prison and offered his financial talents, but was politely rebuffed. One of the men involved with the ring was Milken. Milken's influence had been a major factor behind the stock market recovery after Black Monday, 1987. That was Monday, October 19, and the stock market plunged over 500 points. That day, Milken convinced investors to invest in the stock market, and the Federal Reserve flooded the market with cash to prevent a disaster. Milken was, and maybe still is, a close friend of Mason Jesse Jackson. Milken is heralded by many prominent Jews even after his arrest as a great Jew. That's not my opinion, our newspaper article will back that up.
What could I do for you?
The Drexel firm associated with Milken was advised by the Federal Reserve, the SEC, the Treasury, and the Stock Exchange to declare bankruptcy with Chapter 11, which they did. Goldman and Sachs, both Jews, went to bat for Freeman and hired private detectives to help his case. Kay, scholar in New York, represented Freeman legally. Eventually Robert Freeman pleaded guilty and was given a 4-month sentence, which he served and was released on August 30, 1990. The significant part is that Robert Freeman was someone who was one of the major players in the New York Stock Exchange. Robert Freeman is not to be confused with Ernest Robert Freeman, who also is connected to the Sachs family, and was mentioned in the original article on the Freeman family in March 15, 1993. Bloodlines of Illuminati by Fritz Springmeier, 1995. The Kennedy Family. To be a researcher and to be informed that the Kennedy family is a top 13 Illuminati family is akin to being told a needle is in a haystack. Someone has estimated that there are 200,000 Kennedys in the United States. 1, and on a list of the most populous surnames of Ireland in 1890 Kennedy ranked 17th. 2, and a recent book listed it as 16th most common today. Fortunately, there is information that allows them to identify at least part of the satanic Kennedys from all the rest of the Kennedys. You will learn some of this later in the article. Kennedy ties to other elite families. Again, the ties between various Illuminati families is very involved and a long unraveling process, similar to untying a set of bad knots confronts the researcher. The Kennedy family abounds with marriages to names such as Anktels, Baileys, Booths, Buckleys, Collins, Hatfields, Humphreys, Freemans, James, Phelps, Reagans, Russells, and Smiths. Point 3. The Kennedys that we will look closest to are related to the Fitzpatricks, a powerful Irish family whose coat of arms has 3 fleur-de-lis with a dragon and a lion. The Fitzpatricks may tie back to France, and they may possibly part of the Sang Royal. Sangral Sangral is the term used in the older manuscripts, which can mean both royal bloodline or Holy Grail. Jackie Bouvier Kennedy Onassis, who married John F. Kennedy, was tied to Auchinclosses via her sister's marriage into the Auchincloss family. The Auchinclosses are Scottish bloodline of the Illuminati. One can fairly hear the woof and tweet of history whistle through the names of the ramified Auchincloss tribe: Bunt, Grosvenor, Rockefeller, Saltonstall, Tiffany, Vanderbilt and Winthrop among others. 5 for instance, Hugh D. Auchincloss, Sr. married Emma Brewster Jennings, daughter of Oliver B. Jennings, who co-founded Standard Oil with John D. Rockefeller. As for the numerous Kennedy intermarriages with notable names, for instance, Burnett Schaeffer Kennedy, 1798 to 1878, married Phoebe Freeman in 1820.6. But then the question arises, were either of these people secretly part of the occult? Andrew Kennedy married Margaret Penny Hatfield, 1824 to 1989. The Andrew Kennedy family is allied with the Hatfield, Bailey, Collins, and Mullins families. Point 8. Again, a person is confronted with a great deal of clues, but precious little time and resources to try following up the numerous leads. Origins of the family and the relationship of The Kennedys. 9. See footnote 9 for the reference to consult concerning this entire section. There are several versions of how the Kennedys got started, but when one goes in and examines things, what turns out is that the origins of the Kennedys is Ireland are very clear. They are descendants of Brian Bourne, also known as Brian Kennedy, and his nephew, who spelled it Cineide. The name thereafter was O'Kennedy. They originally were a Dalcashan September, and were in the area near Killahoe, and Killikennedy Parish is a reminder of that ancient fact. The O'Briens and McNamara's forced them into new territories, where they became the lords of Ormond, what is now North Tipperary. Most Kennedys in Ireland today are still found in that area. The Kennedys remained powerful into the 16th century. The Kennedy family divided up into 3 branches. 1. Don, brown. 2. Fionn, fair. 3. Rua, red. The Scottish Kennedys. Around 1600 a Scottish branch of the Kennedys appeared. There are several stories as to how they got their name Kennedy, and it is possible that they were not from Ireland. However, interestingly, genealogists have ascertained that whether the various branches of the aristocratic Kennedys in Scotland and Ireland may have different origins. Because the origins of the Scottish branch is unclear, it can be shown that they all subsequently intermarried and became related, if they were not related Tobjin with. Gail Marie Kennedy points this out on page 3 of her book My Kennedy Ancestors. It is believed that all the foregoing Kennedy families are related either by virtue of being descendants of common ancestors, or by intermarriage. I looked up in Burke's General Army to get a listing of the aristocratic Kennedys, and here is what I got. Kennedys of Ardmillan, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Auchterfardel, County Lanark, 1752. Kennedys of Blequin, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Cloburn, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Cultura, County Down, Northern Ireland. Kennedys of Dublin Fun Ent, 1595, Ulster, Ireland. Kennedys of Girvanmains, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Hillfoot, Ireland. Kennedys of Kirkmihal, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Kermarks, Aberdeen, Scotland Kennedys of Londonderry, Northern Ireland Kennedys of Tombrekin, County Tipperary, Ireland Kennedys of Underwood, County Ayr, 1850, Scotland Kennedys of Visit Dublin, 1607, Ireland. Johnstown Kennedy of County Dublin, Ireland Kennedys of Bargany and Ardstenshire, County Ayr, Scotland Kennedys of Kirkhill from the Bargany Group, 1678. Scotland. It is clear that there have been quite a number of powerful aristocratic Kennedys. One of the more powerful recent Scottish aristocrat, Kennedys, was the Marquess of Ailsa, 1872 to 1943. Because he is often called the Marquess of Ailsa, you might not know him by his name Archibald Kennedy, who was the 15th Earl of Cassilies. This branch of the Kennedys married into Scottish royalty. For instance, Sir James Kennedy married Mary, a daughter of King Robert III, and their son was Sir Gilbert Kennedy, was made Lord Kennedy before 1458.
Cosmos at my fingertips.
For instance, Sir James Kennedy married Mary, a daughter of King Robert III, and their son was Sir Gilbert Kennedy, was made Lord Kennedy before 1458. Archibald Kennedy was an extremely powerful Freemason and held numerous key positions in the Grand Lodge of Scotland. He was first Grand Principal from 1913 to his death in 1943. At his death, his titles passed to his brother Charles. Archibald Kennedy was initiated in Holyrood House Lodge No. 44, Edinburgh, November 17, 1896. 10,000 Famous Freemasons, Volume L, put out by the Missouri Lodge of Research, p. 8. How are the various prominent Kennedys related? So the question always arises, as I examine the elite of the Illuminati and the New World Order, how is this Kennedy related to this other Kennedy? For instance, how is David M. Kennedy, who is a Bilderberger, and William Jesse Kennedy III, who is a key man for the Duke Illuminati family, he Ispras of Mutual Life Insure Co., a Duke Financial Asset, DIR of RCA, trustee of the Ford Theatre where the elite killed Lincoln, and associated with the Pilgrim Society through the Conference Board of NYC. Although I can't explain the exact ties, I can safely say that if one goes back several hundred years, the Kennedy aristocrats all tie together. Beginning at Thebeginning, one of my first clues that the Kennedys had something to do with the Illuminati was the conspiracy book The Widow's Son – The Historical Illuminatus Chronicles, Volume 2, by Robert Anton Wilson and Robert Shea, authors of Illuminatus, are not Christians. On the contrary, they are regular participants in the Central Ohio Starwood Festival for witches and pagans. Robert Anton Wilson has publicly on a number of occasions explained that he is a Gnostic and a great fan of Aleister Crowley. I picked up Wilson's book The Widow's Son in a Satanic, a New Age bookstore. In both Volume 2, the teaser chapter at the end, and in Volume 3 of the Historical Illuminatus Chronicles 1, is taught the significance of Brian Kennedy, the first Kennedy, and how Brian Kennedy's blood got into some very important royal bloodlines. It is interesting that an informed man like Wilson, who spends time doing rituals with Gnostics and witches, would declare that the Kennedy family is an important bloodline in connection with the Illuminati. How many people knew that Tip O'Neill, Speaker of the House of Representatives, was a descendant of the Kennedy clan? Wilson writes for New Agers and witches, not for Christians. One gets the feel that his experience with the occult has somehow given him a very good idea of what is going on in terms of the Masons, the Illuminati, etc. He writes his books in such a way that they are historical novels with a great deal of facts, and yet One is always left wondering by the style of writing whether the author wants to be taken serious or not. Is what he writes make-believe or history padded with some fiction? I personally believe it is just the way the occult works. They expose the facts for their own people, but in a way that will not be taken seriously by others. Wilson acts like a buffoon one minute and a serious conspiracy researcher the next, and he will act both ways all in one article, or even on a single page of his books. When a person checks up on Wilson's facts, they usually hold true. On my part, the information about Brian Kennedy was astounding. I had to go as soon as possible to verify it from other sources, and it turns out Wilson was accurate about their genealogy, and their importance in the Illuminati activities historically, etc. The Illuminati, and Matthew Kennedy, one of the chief lodges for the branch Illuminati prior to 1784, was located in a huge chateau at Termenonville near Paris, France. The land belonged to the Marquis of Girardin, who protected Rosso and later gave Rosso a tomb on his estate. St. German presided over this illuminated lodge. This illuminated lodge carried out blood rituals with an altar made from human bones. Interestingly, one of St. German's good friends who came over from Ireland to Paris was Matthew Kennedy, 1652 to 1735. Matthew Kennedy was connected with St. German's court and wrote a chronological, genealogical, and historical dissertation of the royal family of the Stuarts. In 1613, the Stuart family had married into the Sang-Raal and began to play a role in the genealogies of the Prieur de Sion. Frederick of the Palatinate, after he married Elizabeth Stuart, established an occult Rosicrucian state. It was Frederick who helped start the Bloody 30 Years' War between the Protestants and Catholics. The Stuarts spread the Scottish rite of Freemasonry throughout Europe. For a while the Prieur de Sion seems to have backed the Stuarts, but at some point quit. St. German is revered as a Christ figure by the I Am movement and the Church Universal Triumphant, and other New Age groups dot a picture that looks similar to Christ, but which is actually a picture of St. German hangs in many of the houses of people involved with the I Am movement or its spin-offs. It is significant that an Irish Kennedy, who was interested and liked the Stuart dynasty, would be part of St. Germain's court and a popular writer for them. John Fitzgerald, Kennedy, John F. Kennedy had not been assassinated, and so much about his life examined and written about. A window allowing us to see the Kennedy Illuminati family may never have opened so wide. First, their assassination attracted attention. In recent years, the Illuminati have given permission to publishing houses to print exposes of JFK's sexual life, etc. 11. It is believed that this permission was given in an effort to deflect criticism of his assassination by allowing his reputation to be tarnished. Point 12. I hope Miradors are beginning to realize that things are totally corrupt at the top, and that JFK was no different than so many others that have been and are today at the top of the political mess in this nation. John F. Kennedy had a very active sex life, even after he married Jackie, and even after he was president in the White House. For those who don't think secrets can be kept by the elite, one only has to look at how John F. Kennedy was able to have sex with many women while president, and to have frequent nude swim parties at the White House pool, and the general public not know anything about it. Point 13. John F. Kennedy's lust for women was well known by the elite. Illuminatus McGeorge Bundy warned his friend JFK, while JFK was a senator, that John's openness with women might get him into trouble with the public. John F. Kennedy was so open about his sexual habit that at one party at the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C., John F. Kennedy openly had sex with one partner in front of the party, while his friend Senator Estes Kefauver did the same. Then they swapped partners and began again in plain view. John F. John F. Kennedy had many one-night stands, as the world calls them. These were merely women hustled up by his aides, or the Secret Service, or his friends like Frank Sinatra. But Kennedy also had long-term relationships with some of the women he was sexually active with. It is those relationships which reveal so much about the hidden satanic side of the Kennedys. John F. Kennedy had 3 long-term girlfriends. Marilyn Monroe, Jane Mansfield, and Zaza Gabowicz were also girlfriends of Anton LaVey, who has headed the Church of Satan. Jane Mansfield was a high priestess of the Church of Satan. Marilyn Monroe was a participant in LaVey's satanic rituals before LaVey founded his Church of Satan. Both JFK and his brother Robert Kennedy had affairs going with Marilyn Monroe, and both visited her just prior to her mysterious death. Zaza has been interested for years in the occult. JFK also had relationships with other women connected with the Illuminati also. Before we examine the significance of these 3 relationships of JFK's, and before we get into his liaisons with other women who were Illuminati connected, let's cover the relationship between Anton LaVey and the Illuminati. California was very fertile soil for Satanism due to a host of factors. 2 lesser-known factors are that there were Haitian communities which practiced voodoo in California at the early part of this century.
reputation precedes you, friend.
Be the good this world desperately needs.
Pitiful display.
Also, California became a haven for witches and Satanists fleeing from France, so America, Cuba, and other places where their satanic practices were not tolerated. California had a reputation for accepting
That was but a taste. I'm healed.
California had a reputation for acceptance of their evil rituals. When one adds to this such things as Hollywood, it is easy to see how San Bernardino Valley has become such a strong satanic center. Anton Levy's maternal grandmother was from Transylvania. It was from that side-off family the Anton got some encouragement toward the occult. Anton LaVey loved horror movies. He studied Aleister Crowley and the OTO, which had lodges in California, which is where he lived, and in 1947 he joined the Clyde Beatty Circus. The Beatty family connects in with the Illuminati families also, by the way. Levy worked for several circuses and learned how to be a showman. He worked the occult sideshows of the circus and found that people wanted to believe occult frauds. Anton Levy found Marilyn Monroe, a Jewish girl, working as a striptease in the strip clubs. LaVey helped her performance, and through his connections got her started on her big career. Levy used his talent of showmanship to create a type of Satanism that could be marketed to the public. LaVey always manages to walk a tightrope between openly supporting hardcore satanic practices, such as human sacrifice, and being just simply theatrics. In other words, he blatantly supports enough evil to attract evil people, but he publicly never allows himself to be connected in any way with child molestation, human sacrifice, etc. In other words, he blatantly supports enough evil to attract evil people, but he publicly never allows himself to be connected in any way with child molestation, human sacrifice, etc. Anton Lavey was into Satanism before the 1960s, but it was not until 1966 that he founded the Church of Satan. Some hardcore Satanists feel he is all show. Other hardcore Satanists form covens and try to serve Anton Lavey because they view him as a role model. The Illuminati set up their headquarters in Southern California this century. San Bernardino County is here headquarters. Of course, as I have written before, that the Illuminati is too secret to carry out anything themselves. They need co-workers. The Illuminati is strictly hereditary. The Illuminati secretly control the satanic cults at what is sometimes described as Stage 4 and Stage 5 of Satanism. The lower levels are for recruits, the grunts, the privates, so to speak, in Satan's army. In the San Bernardino area, one type of high priest of Stage 2 or 3 is the Master Counselor. Other positions include the Keeper of the Books and the Keeper of the Seal. In the late 60s, Mike Warnke, who was a high priest, a Master Counselor, raised the number of Satanists in the first 3 stages to 1,500 members in the San Bernardino area, San Bernardino Riverside Colton. Bear in mind that these 1,500 active Satanists are not Illuminati members. They are much lower than the lower Illuminati ranks, such as the Sisters of Light and 5-star generals, and an Asmodeus, who are the middle management types of the world order who direct the upper levels of priests of the covens of Satanism that are open to the public. Anton LaVey participates in conferences for the occult where Satanism, the first 3 stages, and secret Illuminati overseers are present. In other words, LaVey is not out of touch with hardcore Satanism, he just manages to keep his public profile clean. It is meant that way. Anton LaVey is a publicity agent to give Satanism a good image. Marilyn Monroe Anton LaVey knew how to be a showman. He took Marilyn Monroe, helped her with her acting, and with his connections helped her get a chance to act. John F. Kennedy had a long-term relationship with Marilyn Monroe. When JFK was elected at the convention to be the presidential candidate, the Kennedys threw a party at the convention. The party was described this way: every delegate at the convention was provided by the Kennedy group with anything they wanted for their entertainment, including liquor, and women sent to their room. JFK spent the time at the convention and the next day afterwards making love to Marilyn Monroe. After his acceptance speech, the whole group went over to his close friend Peter Lawford's for a skinny-dipping party. Peter Lawford, Frank Sinatra, and Sammy Davis, Jr. were close friends to each other and to John F. Kennedy. Sammy Davis, Jr. became a member of the Church of Satan after LaVey started it. From the middle of 1955 to the end of 1959, JFK had a suite on the 8th floor of Washington's Mayflower Hotel set aside for his extramarital affairs. FBI file. Jane Mansfield. During the 1960s, Jane Mansfield and John F. Kennedy had their relationship. They met at places like Beverly Hills, Malibu, Palm Springs. JFK had several men who bearded for him. That is, they would act like the women JFK was to get were their own date. One of these was Dave Powers, who even went so far as to write in a book, "Johnny, we hardly knew ye that whenever Jackie left Washington, JFK, Jack, and him would eat together, and then the president would say his prayers and go to bed alone." One of the things Dave Powers did was to help procure a steady stream of new women for Jack. Some of the other ongoing sexual relationship that JFK maintained were Lady Jean Campbell, daughter of the Duke of Argyll, Flo Pritchett Smith, wife of the American ambassador to Cuba, K.K. Hannon or Chinkless. In this case, although they had a long-term, close relationship, no one knows what they did together. Judith Campbell Exner. Judith was Sinatra's girlfriend, who he passed on as a favor. Judith worked for the Mafia. In particular, she worked for Sam Giancana and John Rosselli, who for some reason also both worked for the CIA. Exner ran letters between the Mafia and John F. Kennedy while he was president. According to People magazine, The Dark Side of Camelot, February 29, 1988. It is also known that JFK was in direct contact with Meyer Lansky and Joe Fischetti, 2 other Mafia chiefs, and that he benefited from money they passed on to him. This is no surprise, because Jack's father had worked with the Mafia Jack's entire life. There are a number of respectable books by ex-Satanists or ex-organized crime members, where they are clear about how those groups love to blackmail people. John F. Kennedy certainly could have been easily blackmailed by these groups if they had wanted to. I haven't seen any indication that blackmail was even tried, so the only other conclusion, which fits a lot of evidence, is that John F. Kennedy worked with the Satanists and the Mafia. In fact, the Mafia rigged several important counties in the election, like in Chicago, which tipped the scales in John winning the presidency. That's an entirely different thing that this article won't get sidetracked in. A poem by Jackie something that Jackie wrote on their honeymoon about Jack seems to me significant. When Jack and Jackie were newlyweds, after their wedding September 1953, the President of Mexico Don Miguel Alemán let Jackie and Jack use his villa. During their use of the Mexican president's villa, Jackie wrote a poem about John, her new husband. He would find love he would never find peace for, he must go seeking. The Golden Fleece. A woman named Jackie, p. 134. One of the writing projects that I have wanted to see done, and I have delegated it to a good friend, is to give my readers an article on MJ12, aka the Wise Men, or the Study Group. This group of men actually run the United States. I know a good deal about the study group. In fact, if my sources are correct, it isn't a formal group anymore. There are not formal meetings, but rather meetings happen at random with people accidentally bumping into each other. MJ12 draws members from the Jason Society and the Jason Group. Both the Jason Society and the Jason Group are named after Jason and the Golden Fleece. There are reasons to believe that Jackie knew some of the way the power structure operated. Jackie was good friends Jackie was good friends with many of the top Illuminati men in this nation. In fact, she ended up marrying Onassis, who was a king in Maria, the Illuminati. Could Jackie have meant in his poem that Jack was wanting to climb the ladder clear up to the Golden Fleece, i.e. the Jason Society and MJ12? Joseph Kennedy. Joseph Kennedy was John F. Kennedy's father. Through various means, I independently learned that Joseph Kennedy was part of the Illuminati. He was a member of the Pilgrim Society, a 60 of the branch Illuminati. He also worked closely with the Mafia and other kingpins in the Illuminati. Perhaps in another article we can cover more about Joseph Kennedy. This article is about long enough that I thought I might wrap it up with a story about Joseph Kennedy. The story demonstrates that much of what politicians tell the public is simply for their own benefit, and often only lies. Jack Kennedy got the reputation after Britain and the Germany began fighting in WW II as being against the United States entering the war. Jack Kennedy held the prestigious job of being the U.S. ambassador to Great Britain at the time. The fact that Jack Kennedy was given such an extremely vital position shows that the Kennedy family is important within the Illuminati. At that point in time, like no other time, it was important who the U.S. had as ambassador. After the war began, and both countries had martial law and extensive military communications, the ambassador was really not quite so critical in his role. One of the men who worked at the embassy for the Americans was an American Tyler Gatewood Kent, a career officer in the U.S. Consular Service. Tyler Kent believed in a world conspiracy before he began working in the code room. While he worked there, he was astonished that Roosevelt was secretly involving the United States in WW2 and lying to the American public. Further, Roosevelt was pulling strings to get us involved while lying to the public. Kent secretly took 1,500 PGS of secret documents, which he was going to show to the public to expose the conspiracy. Kent never made it. He was arrested. In order for the British to hold him, Jack Kennedy had to revoke his diplomatic immunity on May 20, 1940. Ambassador Joe Kennedy did that so he could receive a harsh sentence, because if he had been brought back to America, the public might have gotten outraged at what the politicians had done. According to standard operating procedure and protocol, Kent should have stood trial in the U.S. The papers he had taken were American embassy papers, not British. Although the court records show that no evidence was introduced that Kent was a spy, Joseph Kennedy later would concoct a long story for the public that Kent was a Nazi spy. Kennedy went on speaking engagements around the U.S. After he was relieved of his ambassador post, and Kennedy made it sound like he was wholeheartedly against the war. If Kennedy had really been against the war, if he had simply denied the British the chance to keep Kent, Kent could have spilled the beans about what Roosevelt was doing, and the outraged would have destroyed Roosevelt's chances to fool the American people. Instead, Roosevelt was able to proceed and develop the elements for the Pearl Harbor attack. While Kennedy pretended to be against the war, he was serving as an intimate accomplice in maneuvers designed to fool the American people. This is a good example of how, even today, the public is looking to certain public officials to save them. They think that these politicians will try everything possible to help them fight the system. So when they fail to beat the system, the people think they have been beaten fairly. To be continued. Notes 1. This estimate was made by a Kennedy descendant, Gail Marie Kennedy, who did genealogical research. See My Kennedy Ancestors of Fairfield Company. SC. Self-published, Spartanburg, South Carolina. August 12, 1969.2. Irish Genealogical Foundation. The Great Families of Ireland. Kansas City, Missouri. Irish Genealogical Foundation, 1981, p. 3733. This list of families is compiled from genealogical research and is derived from about 20 sources. Decided not to list all those here, but to give a small sampling. Alt Peter, Arlene Horton. Ancestors and descendants of Stephen and Jane Horton, Irwin, Francis Houston. The genealogy of Helen Frances Landown Campbell, Kennedy, Russell. Genealogical descendants of David and Jane Geeson Kennedy Pettibone, I. Fayette. Genealogy of the Pettibone family. Point 4. The determination that the family is an Illuminati family is from the author's research. 5. Heyman, C. David. A woman named Jackie. NY. Carroll Communications, 1989, p.52.6. I've lost the reference, but another book which makes a marriage connection between the Freeman family and the Kennedys is Freeman, D. Early history of the Freeman family. Point 7. Kennedy, Genevieve. See some descendants of Andrew Kennedy and Margaret, Penny, Hatfield. Point 8. Ibid. 9. For this section's information, see the following 3 items listed as A, B, and C. A. Grian, Ida. Irish family names. London, 1973. B. Kennedy, Major FME. a family of Kennedy of Clogher and Londonderry. 1600 to 1938 Taunton, UK, 1938. C. Callanan, M. Records of 4 Tipperary Sets Galway, 1938.10. For confirmation of the Kennedy family origins, in Brian Kennedy there are numerous sources, for instance the Irish Genealogical Foundation's Good Book The Great Families of Ireland. Also quite a number of Irish history books discuss Brian Kennedy, aka Brian Boru, and some of the Kennedy genealogy books also discuss the origins. 11. Statement made verbally to author 12. Ibid 13. Hey man, op. Sit. pp 278 to 292. John F. Kennedy had nude swimming parties almost daily at the White House. Chapter 18 tells the long story of J.F.K.S. almost daily extramarital sex in the White House and his frequent nude swim parties. Some of the original sources come from confidential Secret Service reports provided under the Freedom of Information Act. Revisiting the top 13 Illuminati, Kennedy family. Their intention originally was to have the art-eyed on the top Illuminati, Kennedy family in 2 parts. Perhaps sometime a second part can come out. So far, I have only exposed a small part of the Illuminati Kennedy. As might be expected of any good Illuminati family, the Kennedy are connected to drugs, to the Monarch program, to death euthanasia programs, to the British monarchy, and to the various organized crimes groups. Are connected to drugs, to the Monarch program, to death euthanasia programs, to the British monarchy, and to the various organized crimes group, mafias etc. For this issue, I merely want to cover a few aspects of the Kennedy family, which I didn't take the time to cover in the May 15, 93 issue. One aspect is the connection of the Illuminati Kennedys to the drug trade, and another is their connection to death care and the Knights of Malta. Readers are invited to read more about the Knights of Malta in one of the last articles in this newsletter. After W.W. I, Joseph Kennedy worked for Galen Stone, who was a partner in the prominent firm of Hayden Stone and Company. Hayden, Stone and Company had ties to the Rothschilds. In order to gain respectability, Joe married into the Fitzgerald family. This is a common Illuminati tactic. It seems many of the Illuminati men look for a wife who will gain them respectability. Often wives like this are not even brought into the Illuminati activities, so that they can be the best cover possible. Kennedy's mob connection has been written about, but perhaps 2 are worth pointing out again. Joseph Lindsay, who was a kingpin of organized crime in New England and a partner in crime with Maya Lansky, was a crime business partner with Joseph Kennedy. Joseph Lindsay, in fact, was listed as the top contributor toted Kennedy's Senate race one year. Joseph Lindsay, in fact, was listed as the top contributor toted Kennedy's Senate race one year. Andre Maya, head of the Maya family, was manager of the Kennedy estates. One other business partner of Kennedy was the Bronfmans, who are powerful Illuminati figures in Canada. Kennedy was in business with Newark's Rainfield Syndicate, of which the Bronfmans owned 50%. Winston Churchill, whose connections to the elite are brought out in other newsletters, personally gave the grant to Joe Kennedy, which gave him the Brit Alcoholic Distillers franchise for the American market.
becomes reality.
Alcoholic distillers franchise for the American market. After Joe Kennedy became the ambassador to Britain, we can catch a glimpse of how powerful the Illuminati are. ambassador to Britain, we can catch a glimpse of how powerful the Illuminati are. The British royal family, at the request of Joseph Kennedy, put on their full royal regalia for the Kennedy family. When Kennedy arrived in Britain as American ambassador, he contacted the Asdeas and the Sassoons. Sir John Wheeler Bennett, founder and head of RIIA's research division, is credited by those in the know as having written Kennedy's master thesis, which was later made into a book, Why Gan Slept. Perhaps one of the items that best shows the hidden power behind Kennedy is his daughter's Marietta William Cavendish and Joseph Kennedy's comments about it. Kathleen married the Duke of Devonshire. The Duke of Devonshire was a very prestigious position within the British nobility. Dukes are second only to the monarchy. Joseph Kennedy was often heard saying, "If Kathleen and her husband were living, I'd be the father of the Duchess of Devonshire, First Lady in Waiting to the Queen, and the father-in-law of the head of all the Masons in the world." Koskoff, David E. Joseph P. Kennedy, A Life and Times. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall, Inc., p. 378. Joseph Kennedy was seen the British branch of the Knights of Malta, which is called the Order of St. John. Interestingly, Jackie Bouvier Kennedy Onassis' sister Lee married Prince Stanislaus Radziwill. The Radziwill family established the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, that's the Knights of Malta, in Poland in 1610. They also helped establish the order in the US. See the article on the Knights of Malta this issue. Another tie in between the Kennedys and the Knights of Malta concerns the hospice movement. See the article on the Knights of Malta this issue. See the article on the Knights of Malta this issue. Another tie in between the Kennedys and the Knights of Malta concerns the hospice movement. The Kennedy Institute for the Study of Human Reproduction and Bioethics The Kennedy Institute for the Study of Human Reproduction and Bioethics, located at the Jesuit Georgetown University, is helping fund the Knights of Malta's hospice movement in America. In October In October 1978, the first annual meeting of the National Hospice Organization took place. Sen. Edward Kennedy was one of the two keynote speakers. What is the hospice movement, which is being conducted by the Hospitallers, one of the names the Knights of Malta go by? It is a movement to allow old people the right to die. The Knights of Malta have an ancient history of running drugs and in administering mind-altering drugs in their hospitals instead of giving medicine. This ancient activity was carried forth into modern times when their St. Christopher's Hospital in London began giving patients Brompton mixture until they died. Brompton mixture consists of heroin, cocaine, alcohol, tranquilizers, and chloroform water. This mixture is given in the Knights of Malta hospitals to patients every 3 hours until they die. Euthanasia, or mercy killing, may seem like a merciful idea, until a person finds out how the people at the top of the euthanasia movement view things. They view things similar to the Satanist Adolf Hitler. This view is that it is merciful to get rid of unwanted people. Although the death hospice movement seems benevolent at first, it is the conclusion of where the program will end up that is the kicker. Hospice Incorporated, which is linked to the elite, is also provided funding by the Kaiser Foundation. Besides ties to running drugs, the Kennedy clan has had their problems with drugs. Ted Kennedy's daughter Cara was on drugs and ended up in a halfway house. Bobby Kennedy's kids were busted for drugs. Joan Kennedy was having problems with alcoholism. Joan Kennedy was having problems with Joan Kennedy was having problems with alcoholism. David Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. both have been addicted to hard drugs in spite of repeated treatments in detoxification centers. David later OD'd, overdosed, on cocaine and died in 1984. Pats Kennedy Lawford's husband was dependent on drugs and alcohol. It is not well known that the Illuminati have long used drugs. Elite people such as the Rothschilds, Winston Churchill in London and the royal family were using all cocaine, heroin and opium, not to mention occult ceremonies too. Queen Victoria, thought by many to be such a straight-laced lady, and her guests regularly used large quantities of cocaine and heroin. The royal summer residence was Balmoral, and this was the city of frequent drug use, and one has to wonder what else. Short SUMMARY. This revisit to the Kennedys shows some of their ties to other elements of the Illuminati's vast scheme of things. Until people begin to recognize that the Kennedys wielded Heroin. The royal summer residence was Balmoral, and this was the site of frequent drug use, and one has to wonder what else. Short SUMMARY. This revisit to the Kennedys shows some of their ties to other elements of the Illuminati's vast scheme of things. Until people begin to recognize that the Kennedys wielded an occult power via their bloodline, they will not begin to appreciate why the Queen of England and her family would honor a request from an Irish commoner to have her family dress up in full regalia for the pleasure of this commoner's family. The friendship Winston Churchill had with Billy Graham, with Joe Kennedy, and his very close relationship with Onassis have recently been discussed. Churchill was an active Freemason. He also was a Druid. This is the picture of Churchill joining the Albion Lodge of the ANC, Order of Druids at Blenheim, the 15th of August, 1908. Follow-up on the Kennedy family. There has been new attention focused on the Kennedys.
OMG.